Everyone, my name is David Ray, and I am the president of the Douglas County School District Board of Education. Welcome to our community forum for our four finalists tonight. This process began in December when the board decided to contract with a professional search firm to do a nationwide search to help us find the best candidate for the position of superintendent. We certainly, as a board, realized that the most critical decision we will ever make is on who should be in that superintendent role. And that's why we're thrilled to have all of you joining us, engaging with us in this process. A survey was conducted then shortly after we selected Frederick Andrews as our search firm. A survey was conducted, sent to everyone possible to inquire about what the desired qualities were for this position, for being a superintendent. We had over 7,000 respondents, and based on these responses, we created a leadership profile that really was intended to reflect the values as well as the qualities that we were seeking in this position. I'm going to read those real quickly to you so that you'll have those tonight as you're listening to our finalists. Those things included, first of all, an individual who is committed to Douglas County School District. We want someone that is seeking us out because of who we are as a school district. We also want someone who understands our community, someone who is looking to be part of the community, to take roots in our community. We were looking for someone who understands the culture, the current climate, and the direction of the district. We also wanted someone who is transparent, a decisive leader, someone who will stand up for Douglas County School District in all circumstances. We also wanted someone who's a proven public educator, who has a passion for what public education is all about, and that literally would have come up through the public school system. We also wanted an individual who is committed to systemic change, especially around things like diversity, equity, and inclusion. It was important to have someone who is relational, an individual who will always advocate for our students, an individual that will ensure that equity and inclusion is offered to all our students, our teachers, our employees, and our administrators. And finally, we are seeking an individual who will be visible in our school, visible in our community, and truly our number one ambassador when that person leaves or goes beyond our district. So those are the qualities that really reflected the many different people, from our students to parents to community members, staff. Those are the things that were reflected in our posting when we were seeking this position. The recruitment and job postings inspired over 100 people to submit applications to us. The board spent several days actually doing the screening process to really find those individuals that best met those criteria that I just read to you. So tonight, we definitely want your feedback and impressions. There's a link that's been published in several different locations, including on this YouTube channel, as well as on our district page that actually talks about the superintendent search process. We want your feedback. This is not a time for you to vote or for you to tell us who your favorite finalist is. It's simply a time for you to provide us with some very well thought out impressions about what you thought of the finalists after you listened to them tonight. So after taking into consideration your feedback tonight, the feedback from several interview panel groups that our finalists met with yesterday, a student panel group, after doing extensive background checks and talking to individuals who have firsthand knowledge of working with these finalists, the board will finally make a decision at our next meeting on April 20th regarding which of these finalists we want to recommend be appointed in the superintendent position. Those of you that are participating tonight, many of you submitted questions to us. I think we received well over 100 questions that you would like to have the finalist answer. We selected 10 questions that we felt like reflected common topics that people were wanting to hear more about. And those are the questions that you'll hear asked tonight. So with that, I would like to turn this over to Tim Demers, our lead consultant for Frederick Andrews search firm. He will be the moderator tonight and the individual who will be providing the board your feedback in terms of your impressions of each of the finalists. So with that, Mr. Demers.
Thank you, Director Ray. As we mentioned, thank you for Dr. Young for coming. I look forward to having these questions with you, and these are questions from the community. We're going to jump right in right away at this point. First question, if you were hired, what will be your priorities in the first 120 days, and how will you build trust, generate buy-in, and develop your plan during this period?
So first, I just want to say good evening to everyone. It's an honor and a pleasure to be in Douglas County. And for me, a part of it is being able to begin, but just also to provide you with an opportunity to know who I am. And so with that question, some of the things that I would do within my first 120 days would include, I'm a relationship-oriented person. So one of the things that I would say, for me, a part of it is having meetings and understanding and getting to know the Board of Education, talking to the executive cabinet, talking to the principals, talking to all of the stakeholders, talking to the parents, talking to the students, and being able to really just understand who they are. One of the things that I often do when I look at a school district is look in terms of things that are, one, what is going well in the school district, two, what is not going well in the school district, and then three, what are some suggestions that as you as a stakeholder could perhaps make recommendations. So once again, one, what is going well in the district, two, what do you think or perceive is not going well in the district? And then number three, what are some recommendations that you can make from your vantage point? In addition to that, some of the other people that I would engage would, of course, be the local government. I'm talking to the county manager, talking to the commissioners, being present and being able to introduce myself, making sure that the community is aware of my presence and my vision and my plan. And so when I think about the community, I think about various women and men organizations, Rotary Club. I think about the Zonta Club. I think about, various social, clubs that have partnerships with the district or may not have partnerships with the district. I think about the business organizations that are here in the county and being able to have an opportunity to speak with them and being able to share my vision for Douglas County schools. In addition, some of the other things that I would do, in addition to meeting all of the various stakeholders and talking to them, I would also do a deep dive of the data. Coming in, I have a really solid understanding of the data from the information that's been presented on the website and the information that's presented to the Board of Education. But I know that there's some internal data that's not given to the state as well. I've looked at that as well. And so for me, a part of it is looking at the data for the district, looking at the historical data for the district, looking to see what has worked well in the district, wanting to look to see what are those things that perhaps hasn't worked well in the district, and then looking to see what are those things that perhaps need to be considered in moving forward. And so for me, it's about being able to have a deep analysis and a deep study of the district and the various components of the district. Some of the other things that I would also look at, of course, is looking at the strategic plan. So there are 5 goals within the strategic plan. And so I know that that plan has been in place for the past couple years. And so for me, a part of it is there's some items that have been benchmarked. And so within the past couple years, although COVID has been here, for me, it would be a matter of what's the status? What are those benchmarks that we've been able to acquire as a district? And then what are those areas that we still need to investigate to get the numbers on to make sure that we're meeting the needs of our students and our staff? When I think about how will I build trust, for me, trust is very important to me. And so when I think about how I am as a person, I'm a person that has a moral compass. I'm a person that has integrity. And so for me, that's where I start. And so when I talk about building trust, I talk about thinking in terms of being a person of my word, being a person that's of character. When I say what I say, so what you hear me say, you also see it. So it's not just in word, but it's also in deed. You also see my trust in how responsive I am to you as stakeholders. In addition to just my trust, Sometimes you may also see trust evidence in time. So sometimes spending time with that person, helping that person to understand that they matter. One of the things that I will say for me that's been my motto for the past several years is being a champion for students. And that's something that you will see evidence throughout everything that I say and I do. Some of the things that I would do to generate buy-in would be able to be a listening ear. One of the things that I discovered when I had one of the forums or interviews on yesterday was this need for parents. They expressed the desire to want to be heard and want to be involved. I also heard businesses express the desire to want to be heard and want to be involved. And so for me, that buy-in is giving them that space to be able to express themselves, giving them that space to be able to allow them to say how they'd like to be a part of engaging in Dorchester and Douglas public schools, county schools, and then being able to say at the end of the day, how can we work together to ensure that this is not just us in Douglas schools, county schools, but this is our community working together? And so when I look at being able to develop a plan, some of the things that I consider in developing a plan is being able to ensure, once again, we talk about the numbers, making sure that we're aware where those numbers are. Talk about in relation to what is the direction of the Board of Education. In addition, we're looking at one of the things that I've noticed the district is looking to create it's called the Promise of Douglas County Public Schools. And so part of it is looking to see what that promise is. But my main piece when I think about that plan and moving forward is really being able to assess the status of the district, understanding the numbers of the district, and making sure at the end of the day we maintain an understanding about the vision and the mission. And so when we talk about the vision and the mission, we talk about being able to ensure that we're able to meet students where they are, to provide them a sound, structured education that allows them to be able to reach their potential. And then when we talk about that vision, we also talk about being able to ensure that at the end, when a student graduates from any Douglas County high school, that they're able to pursue opportunities that speak to post-secondary education, that speak to career, and also speak to military. And those are the items that have been identified in the vision and the mission for the school district. When I talk about the plan for this district, some of the areas that I will say the focus continues to be is on the 5 goals. And so one, talking about educational excellence, talking about having a safe environment for our students and our staff, making sure that we're hiring highly qualified employees. In addition, making sure that we have a process in place that speaks to equitable practices in the district. And then lastly, ensuring that there's a financial well-being in the district. And so with those 5 goals, those 5 objectives will lead the work of what I do. So for me, it's about being able to have a laser-like focus on the work with the lens of the vision, with the lens of the mission, and with the lens of the 5 objectives that have been identified in the strategic plan.
Perfect, thank you. I do want to also make it known that I'm going to go 7 minutes over our time since we had 7 minutes for the time for Director Ray to speak. So we're going to go to 5:37 instead of 5:30 today, just so you're aware. Next question. And just so you understand, we're going to go through all 10 today, so we'll make all 10. What do you think needs to be done to ensure children's learning needs are met and they have the access to learning opportunities and resources that prepare them for our 21st century world?
So when I think about what needs to be done to ensure the learning needs of the students are met, I think about what's needed for the 21st century. And the items that are needed for a 21st century speak to having a student that is able to be a critical thinker, having a student that's able to be a team player, having a student that's able to analyze. One of the things that I will say that many times people don't think about are those soft skills that we want to make sure. So it's not just providing a space where we're educating students to excel academically, but also providing a space where students are able to excel socially and emotionally. So for me, it's about making sure that we address the whole student. When I think about ensuring the needs of students within the school district, one of the things that I will say is that the district has done an excellent job of being able to have structures in place. And so some of the structures in place that the district has speaks to the MTSS, the multi-tiered support system. And that system allows the district to be able to focus on the academic and the behavior of the student that may have some challenges. In addition, there is a sound social emotional learning program that's been established within the district. And then also there's this conversation about incorporating a restorative practice within the district. And for me, that speaks volume. And what that says is that when you leave Douglas County Schools, that you will leave as not just a student that has reached or attained mastery, but you leave as a student that also is equipped to be able to be a productive citizen. If you, one more second. The other piece that I will add is when I think about the learning opportunities and the resources, there are many times as a former reading specialist that I have noticed is many times students, particularly students who are marginalized students. I know in the county we have a number of students that have special education have been identified. We have a number of students that are disadvantaged students. And so one of the things that I would say as a former reading specialist, many times the reason why many students aren't as successful is sometimes exposure. And so for me, a part of it is being able to ensure that when a student reads a passage, that they have an understanding about what they're reading. And when you have an understanding about what you've read, that increases your chances of being able to comprehend what you read. And it also allows you to be able to master many of the strategies that go along with reading. And that's just one example. And so for me, a part of it is providing a space and an opportunity for our students to be able to, one, engage with our community. One thing that I will say that I've been able to observe just in the short time that I've been here has been the need to ensure, particularly with the CTE, that there is an increase in partnership between the school district and the local community. So being able to provide our students with opportunities for apprenticeship, for allowing them to be able to shadow, allow them to be able to have internships. And so for me, a part of that is being able to ensure that they have exposure. Then when I move down to the elementary and the middle school, for me, it speaks to being able to talk about career paths, being able to provide space for students to be able to dream and to wish and to hope and to desire, future, and then thinking in terms of what are those areas as a district we can ensure that we're working with those students and families to ensure that they're able to receive the, I would say really to receive the experiences in the district. So if you have a student that perhaps wants to major in, wanting to be a lawyer, and I'll just throw that out as an example, from an elementary level, what are those experiences that we're providing to the student and the parent, middle school and high school, to allow that student to be able to be exposed to the career paths that they're interested in, being able to allow them to be able to talk to those that are currently in the position and allow them to be able to be engaged so that when they come back to the school, they'll be able to go back and do research, they'll be able to study, they'll be able to have input in the course of the study and the courses that they'll take to be able to support them short-term and long-term. So for me, it's just not just a silos of thinking, just small-term. And then the other thing that I would just add, which is something that I know that is and I wouldn't say obvious, but it's something that's there, but making sure that all of our students are mastering the Colorado state standards. I know that there is a READ Act in the state of Colorado, where by the 4th grade, students should be reading on grade level. And so when I think about what needs to happen, particularly for me, it's about making sure that we're able to have partnerships with our pre-kindergarten programs to ensure that there's a smooth transition to kindergarten. One of the things that I will say is that I did observe in talking and looking at some data that the district provided was the need for how the principals in the elementary schools to want to increase their partnerships with the pre-K schools to ensure that there's a smoother transition. And so for me, a part of it is...
Mr. Griffin sodomized the Lords?
And
Sorry
so
about
for
that.
me, a part of it is just making sure that we want people to understand that preparation for post-secondary, preparation for career, preparation for college for students, it begins in kindergarten. It doesn't begin in 9th grade. It begins the moment that student sets foot in a Douglas County public schools. And so when I think about being able to provide that opportunity, it's being able to say that with the goal of working towards the progress of ensuring all students are ready, having a backwards design approach to ensure that it begins the moment students walk in, which is kindergarten.
Thank you. Number 3, DCSD recently approved an educational equity policy. Can you identify a current educational inequity, outline how you would remediate that inequity, and relate why you think that remedy solves the issue?
Yes. So one of the things that I will say is, just to give my definition, equity is being able to meet students where they are. In that whole piece, I do and I am aware that the board has approved an equity policy. When I look and I say to identify a current educational equity, one of the things that in observing some of the data, that I've noticed that there has been a high, in proportion to the percentage of students that are in the county, there is a higher percentage of students in the Hispanic population and the Black community that have a higher percentage in suspension rates. One of the things that I will also say is, as a practitioner, many times in a school district, 10% of the district usually are repeat offenders. We do have students, as research has shown, that do have offenses and do get suspended, but by and large, the majority of students that get suspended are about 10% of the population. And so when I think about that, I also think about this district. And so if 10% of the students are repeat offenders of the Code of Action, some of the things that I would say that I would outline to remedy what could be perceived as an inequity is, one, digging deep into the data, looking at the Code of Conduct, looking to see, do the students understand what the Code of Conduct means, talking to the families, making sure that they are aware. The other piece that I would say is talking to the staff. One data point that I would say, or piece that I've noticed when we talk about inequities, is when we think about families, we think about beliefs, we think about their values, we think about their traditions, we also think about their culture. And so there are times that I've also noticed that because of the culture that that student is raised in, they may perceive what someone may consider disrespect or insubordination differently than someone that has a different value system, a different belief, a different culture. And so for me, a part of it is being able to provide that space to be able to understand that we want to build a cultural relevancy of, or the cultural capacity of, our staff to understand. I'll give you just another example. When I think about the Asian community and I think about the American Indian community, many times in those communities, parents, there's an understanding that you don't look the adult in the face, in the eyes, because for some people that's perceived as disrespectful. And so just that small piece speaks to just one area that a teacher in a classroom who may or may not understand the tradition, the values, the beliefs of that student, how it can be misinterpreted as something that could be a non-compliant. And so if you're asking the student to look at you, or asking the student and you're trying to redirect that student, if you interpret that based upon your value system and beliefs and traditions as an adult, then you may perhaps see that as a student who's being insubordinate, or a student who's not being responsive, or a student who's being defiant. And so for me, it's about peeling back the layers to make sure that there's this understanding about the various social norms in various races. And then the other piece that I would also say is, when we talk about how would it be remedied, or one of the other things that I would say that's crucial to the work is restorative practice. I am a believer of restorative practice, and restorative practice allows you to not just have conversations with students, but allows you to be able to have discourse with students. It allows you to be able to provide a space where students can share their experiences, share the concern, be able to talk about strategies that the student could incorporate to be able to make different and wiser decisions in the future. And for me, one thing I think about restorative practices, it allows that student to be able to understand what they did that was wrong within the infraction, and allowing them to understand these are multiple ways that you can perhaps consider a different alternate possibility or path to be able to resolve the conflict. I also am a believer in restorative practice because it allows a space where people feel safe to be able to share, a place where people feel safe to be able to express who they are. And that speaks a lot to equity, being able to provide a space where people feel appreciated, where people feel celebrated, where people feel honored, where they feel acknowledged, where they feel like I have an opportunity to be able to say my perspective and it be heard and it be understood. And so when I think about restorative practice, that would be one way that I would say that I would love to be able to see the expansion of it, to be able to ensure that we're able to eliminate the inequities that are present. And the last part is, and relate why you think the remedy resolves the issue. The reason why I believe that restorative practice resolves the issue, and I spoke about it a little bit before, but when I think about restorative practice, many times when you suspend a student for doing a certain behavior, one of the things that you will see if you've looked at the trends of student behavior, many times a student will do the same behavior over and over again. And so as a school system, many times people will say, if a child, or a student does something that's derogatory, if that's a part of the code of conduct, we suspend the child for 2 days, and then the child comes back to school. A week later, the student does the same exact thing. So you suspend the student another 2 or 3 days, and you go up the chain of progressive discipline, maybe even more. The student comes back and does the same exact thing. You suspend the student again. What message is that sending? That message is only sending, when I violate the code of conduct, I am suspended. That's not to say that when a student violates a code of conduct that they shouldn't be suspended, but as a school system, my question is, when a student is suspended and you see a pattern of the same behavior, when as adults do we take the time to sit back and look to see and understand the why? And so for me, understanding the why allows us to be able to understand the perception of the student. It allows us to understand where that student is coming from, and it allows us to be able to connect with that student. And so for me, that speaks to being able to have some level of, and I don't want to say reforming, but in a way, to a degree, it is a potential of being able to help that student to change their perception, help that student to change their thinking, but ultimately to help that student to be able to change their behavior. And a lot of that can be done with restorative practice.
Thank you. Number 4, I have a student on an IEP in elementary school. What is your experience with special education and vision for a high-quality special education program?
Yes. I do understand, and I recognize in talking to the parent stakeholder group yesterday, that students with IEPs in the district is a major concern. I do acknowledge that. I acknowledge that based upon the conversations that I've had with the parent group that were represented, that there appears to be a disconnect between parents and students who have IEPs in the district. What I've noticed is that there appears to be a lack of timely communication between the district and parents. There appears to be a lack of understanding between the district and parents that have students that have an IEP. For me, coming in, one of the things that I'd like to be able to do is to be able to say, why is there a disconnect? The term that I use is that dissonant consonants. So the district has a quality, solid program to meet the needs of students that have IEPs, but yet there's been blockage, if I can say, in being able to transfer the knowledge, transfer the information to help parents to have confidence in the work that's being done in the district. And so when I think about just opportunities that I've had in my experience, one, I will say, when I think about my certification, I have a cognate in special education. In addition, I am a former reading specialist, K-12, and so have had opportunities to be able to test students when it comes down to looking to see if they qualify for an IEP or a 504 plan. And so for me, my experiences include having been a teacher, a building administrator, being a central office employee, superintendent, and then also my other opportunities that I've had is working at the Department of Education and then also being a college professor. So all throughout, I've had the opportunity to be able to work not only with children that have disabilities, but also adults, and being a college professor and having to have an understanding of providing a space for students to be able to excel. And so when I think about that, I have that experience. And for my vision for a high quality special education program, one thing that I would say is when I think about a high quality special education program is it starts with the understanding of the vision. And the vision and the mission of the district is we're going to ensure that we ensure high academic excellence for all students. That's foundational, and that's aligned to the district's strategic plan. In addition to a high quality special education, a part of it is thinking about what are those structures that are in place in the district, what are those systems that are in place in the district, and what are those resources that are in place as a district to ensure that there's a high quality special education program. I think about the assessments that are available in the district, internal assessments, and as well as external assessments, which allow schools to be able to easily identify students that may have challenges. Many times a student may have a challenge, but that doesn't mean they have to qualify for an IEP. And so a part of it is being able to ensure that is this a student that is just behind in a grade? Is this a student that may have some challenges that may need a 504? Or is this a student that needs an IEP? And so making sure that we're properly assessing students, because many times students are placed in special education at a high rate because of the assessments. And so for me, a part of it is making sure that we're not just using that as a gateway, but making sure that we're meaningful and we're making intentional and purposeful decisions when we talk about appropriate placement for students. Then when we talk about a high quality special education program, we also talk about being able to ensure that when that student is in that building, that when we talk about equity, being able to ensure that we meet that student where they are. We're able to provide the students the resources that they need to ensure that they're successful. And a part of providing those resources, and yes, it is supported by IDEA, the federal government, but that alone, being able to say what are the things that we need to do to ensure that that student is progressing, being able to ensure that the special education case manager, the teacher, is having conversations, being sure that we provide a free and appropriate education for each student and when I think about the students that have IEP, the goal is to provide the least restrictive environment to ensure that students are receiving the education that they need. And then also ensuring that at the end, we're having conversations with students about their experiences in the IEP meeting to make sure that we're able to meet their needs, and also having conversations with the parents to make sure that they understand this is the goal and this is not the district imposing a plan on you, but being an active participant in the IEP process means being participants in the meeting and being able to have a space to ask questions, having a space to be able to give feedback, and then also having a space to be able to say to the educators things that you believe are working and aren't working. And so for me, I believe in being able to have parents that are actively engaged and involved in their child's education to ensure that at the end, students are able to progress. And then ultimately, a high quality special education program is a program where students ultimately exit out of special education. Many times people tend to think that if you're in special education, that you are starting in special education in one grade and that you graduate as a senior in special education. For me, the ultimate goal of a high quality special education program is that we've been able to meet the needs of the student where they are eventually able to test out and return back to the regular education classroom and program and setting. And that's the ultimate success that I would say that a high quality special education program needs.
Thank you. And I just want to let you know we're halfway there
Okay.
as far as time-wise. How would you assure that students recover from the impact of COVID on their learning? What can be done to reverse the trend of students' increased depression and anxiety?
So how would I ensure that students recover from the impact of COVID? And I understand that there is, and I would say unfinished learning that has occurred. And The process of unfinished learning, for me, a part of it is being able to assess where our students are, and that from what I've noticed in the past board meeting, that has been identified, and there will continue to be additional assessments for students. But what I love that has occurred is being able to identify the needs of students, the mastery of students, and where they are. Based upon understanding where students are and what needs to happen, then it speaks to then being able to put a plan in place. And so a plan in place is not just, although the district is looking to create a summer learning plan, for me, my plan also would entail a summer learning plan and then also a 21-22 plan to be able to ensure that students have it, because there are some students that may be able to go to summer school and be able to receive the information of the unfinished learning that they didn't receive in the year, but then there's some students that may need additional support. And so for me, a part of it is being able to ensure that we're providing that. One of the things that I will say is when I think about just the impact of the learning, I know that it has impacted students greatly. One of the other things that I will also say is, and this is not something just local to Douglas County public schools, but I will say this is it's global, where you've had students that have had technology, and you've had students that have not had technology. You've had students that have been able to have access to teachers, and you've had students that have had internet challenges and they've not been able to get online and to do what they, and so I am aware of some of the inequities that have existed. And so for me, a part of it is at least acknowledging that, yes, that has happened. And then in the process, also acknowledging that even within that, the impact for marginalized groups that I've seen is even greater. And so for me, a part of it is being able to acknowledge that, be aware of that, and think about what are, and I would call tiers. So tier 1, this could potentially be a student who's had 100% level of engagement, but perhaps may have 10% unfinished learning. This is a prescriptive plan for them. You have another group of students that may have received 25% of what was needed in the district in relation to their level of connectivity. They have a prescriptive plan. And then you have students that may not have had any internet technology, that may have had to have work packets, and that may be the worst case scenario. So for me, my philosophy and my theory is being able to have an adaptive personalization when it comes down to meeting the needs of our students. In addition, what can be done to reverse the trends of students when it comes down to depression and anxiety? I spoke a little bit earlier about that, and I'm just going to speak, and it speaks to the social emotional learning, being able to ensure that we're able to quickly assess the needs of the students. I know in the state of Colorado, there is a there's a hotline that allows students to be able, that are depressed, that may have anxiety, to be able to call the hotline. I know the guidance counselors in the school and visiting the schools are there, and they're there to support the students. And so for me, a part of it is, I think about that wraparound service, being a listening ear to students, being able to provide students multiple opportunities to be able to express themselves, providing them the space, and then also talking to parents, because there are times that students may display a certain behavior at home that they may not display at school. And so for me, a part of it is providing that space. And I'll just end and say, this particular area, when it came down to social emotional learning, when I visited schools on yesterday, I asked the middle and the high school students in relation to the anxiety and the depression. And one of the things that they did say that they were proud of is, beyond a shadow of a doubt, they knew that the adults in the building cared about them, and they knew that there was a safe place that they could go to seek the assistance if they found themselves in a depressed or in an anxious state.
Thank you. Number 6, there are many charter schools in DCSD. What is your view of charter schools and how they fit into the district as a whole?
So I will say I have had experience working in charter schools, and so I understand that charter schools, so let me also say, I've had experience working in a charter school when a charter school was its own LEA, and I've had experience working in a school district that had charter schools, because there are various governing ways that a charter school can exist. I know in this state, in this county, charter schools exist as a part of the district. And so for me, a part of it is being able to say that It's another option. It's another choice. There's an array of people that may say charter schools exist. They take money away from the county. There's some people that may say charter schools are an opportunity to provide students a space to be able to learn in a unique and an innovative way. And so for me, a part of it is being able to say, as a family, you have options in the district. Those options include charter school and the traditional school. And the goal is to make sure that we're providing the experience and the space where you're able to make knowledgeable decisions as a parent, being informed in relation to what the needs of your child are, what the programs of those schools are, to ensure that we're able to meet the needs of your student. But it's a personal choice.
Thank you. How much does community input influence your decision-making? What approach do you take when addressing questions from community members who are outspoken yet do not represent the majority?
So when I think about how much does a community, how much input, many times when I am engaging in a large task or a large project, currently in my position, I always put out surveys. Now, there are multiple surveys that can be provided, but what I tend to do is I put out surveys for the community. And when I say community, that involves all the stakeholders. So what that would include would be the faculty and staff of the district. That would include the parents. I also have where students are able to participate in surveys. And then also I have a space where community members are able to participate in surveys. And so that's one space when I think about wanting to garner support from or just to hear from the community. The other way that I also provide a space is also having town hall meetings. That provides a space to be able to hear and have opportunities to be able to express what's going on in the district and to be able to engage the community. In addition, I have superintendent advisory council. So I have a superintendent business government media advisory. I have a superintendent faith-based advisory. I have a superintendent parent advisory, student advisory, classified staff advisory, and certified staff advisory. And the reason why I have those advisories is because I want to be able to have a space where I can be able to engage all stakeholders from varying perceptions so that when we make decisions in the district, these are decisions that are based upon best informed decisions, based upon the data that's provided. And so when I approach someone that may have, that's outspoken, yet does not represent the majority, for me about that, it really speaks to, one, providing them a voice, providing them the space to be able to present themselves, also providing them an opportunity to join perhaps one of the committees that are in the district, because once again, what I don't want to ever do is make it as though that person's perception is not their reality, because the goal is not to be judgmental of them and their perception, but to allow them the space to be able to say what they have to say, and then allow them to be able to hear the data that allows them to fully understand everything that's going on in the district. Sometimes people make decisions based upon certain information that they have. And so for me, a part of it is being able to say, I appreciate what you have to say. I appreciate the information. I'd like to give you additional information. I'd like you to be, because I believe in divergent thinking. So for me, it's not about people that think differently than me being able to say I'm going to censor them. For me, it's providing them that space to be able to express themselves, allowing them to be a part of the conversation, allowing them to have a voice, and then also providing them with the data. And then at the end, allowing them to understand that at the end, we want to make sure that all of the decisions that occur in Douglas County Public Schools are decisions that are based upon ensuring that we focus on all students. And so if we're only making decisions focusing on a certain group of students, we're not doing due diligence. And so my goal is to be a champion for all students. And so that means when we make decisions, our decisions needs to be grounded in theory, grounded in data, of course, grounded in having the opinion from the varying stakeholders, but looking at what needs to happen for all students in the district.
Thank you. What is the biggest challenge or issue for our students today? How would you help them deal with it or overcome it?
So I would say the biggest challenge that I see with our students And I'll just go back to COVID because it's just timely. When I think about COVID, I think about students who have been away from school for the past year. I think about, and this was something that I even asked some of the middle school students when I was there visiting yesterday. How has COVID impacted you? Excuse me. Thinking in terms of the level of engagement, and I'll just say, so this is the example that I give. In order to develop a pattern or a habit, it takes 21 days. Our students have been at home for more than 21 days. They've been at home for a year. So a part of it is now looking at having students that have to transition back to the four walls of a building. Being able to ensure that those students feel safe coming back into the building, making sure that we're able to provide a space where those students are able to still follow the CDC regulations, ensuring that we're able to assist students academically. And so with all of the different things, and then also you have the news, you have the media outlets that have an array of opinions about what's going on with COVID, what continues to happen with COVID. You hear about the vaccinations, and now they're saying Moderna may only work for 6 months now. There's just a lot that's going on. So for me, when I think about the biggest challenge right now with our students is understanding their place and being able to understand COVID and understand that regardless of what happens with COVID, that we're here as a school system to be able to help them. And that's how I would help them to be able to deal with overcoming it. Being able to help them to understand that I understand how you feel, because as an adult, I myself have had apprehensions about COVID. Helping them to understand that even in the midst of that apprehension, talking about strategies that we can use to assist them to be able to ensure that there's a way that they can to get the support that they need. And I'll just go back and just say, even when we talk about the biggest challenge, currently there are schools in the county that have been quarantined more than 10 times. So for me, a part of it is saying, what is it that those students are thinking when they come to school, they're receiving direct instruction, and then in a matter of a day or a week, they're sent back home. And so for me, there's that sense of a constant disruption as it relates to the cohesiveness of their education or the mode that they're receiving it. And so for me, a part of it is just wanting to make sure that our students, that they're sound in their thought and their understanding and in their mind, and that we're able to really peel back the layers to understand what their needs are and to meet them where they are, first as an individual. So I look at the emotional, I look at the social, and then I also look at the physical, and then I also then look at the academic to ensure that we're able to meet those needs of the students. And so the other thing that I would also add is, how would you help students to overcome? My other piece would also making sure that I'm looking to see, as it relates to the personalized office, what are the programs that we have in place? What are the processes that we have in place? And if there's a need to be able to modify the need or modify the plan, being able to make sure that we're able to assist them to ensure that they're able to meet the needs of the students when there is a challenge.
Thank you. If you were to accomplish one thing in the next 5 years that would make Douglas County School District the premier school district in the state of Colorado, what would that accomplishment be? And what would you specifically, what would you do specifically to accomplish that goal? Sorry.
So one of my goals for Douglas County Public Schools, or Douglas County School, the school district, in the next 5 years, currently looking at the data, there's a 66% proficiency rate. I'm aware that the high school, they are rated approaching, and so they're not have been identified as met, although all of the other areas have been identified as met. And so my goal within the next 5 years for Douglas County School District is to be a school district of distinction. And in order to be a school district of distinction, that is a school district that ranks as 74% when it comes down to the percentage of proficiency. The other part speaks to what would I specifically do to accomplish the goal. For me, a part of it is being able to look at the systems the structures, and the resources that are in the district, looking at the strategic plan to make sure that we're meeting the needs of our students, looking at the equity plan to make sure that with the equitable practices, that the equitable practices align with the curriculum, the scope and sequence, the instructional framework that allows there to be inclusivity, allows there to be diversity, allows there to be comprehensive, allows it to be equitable, and making sure that we're not just meeting the needs of a certain group of students, that we're meeting the needs of all of the students. The other piece that I would also add when I think about things that I would do when to focus on accomplishing this goal, there's this term called compassionate understanding. And when I think about compassionate understanding, when I think about the data, compassionate understanding is not just knowing the data, but knowing the why behind the data and knowing the who behind the data. And so for me, it's not about just looking at the student to see that this group of students or subgroups of students are performing at this level, but to really dig deep to see who are those students, be able to provide adaptive personalization for those students so we're able to meet the needs of the students. And so being able to provide a prescriptive, differentiated plan for those students. One of the things that I will say that I've had success as an administrator, when within my first year, I was able to increase the reading and the math percentage of passing rate by 35%. I was able to triple the number of students that received honor roll. I was able to accomplish that by being able to create an individual academic plan for each student. That was one piece where we were able to help the students to engage in their learning. That was the other piece. And from doing that, that allowed the students to be able to track their performance and be able to be an informed participant in their learning. And I believe that that's crucial to the work when we talk about accomplishing the goal. Education should not happen to students. Students should be an active participant in their education, and they should be able to have a voice in how they're receiving their education so that accommodations and adjustments can be made to ensure that students are successful.
Thank you. The last question, any final comments you would like to make to the DCSD community about your desire to be the next superintendent?
So I would say, coming in, one of the things that I will say that I know has been asked in relation to the opportunity to be in Douglas County in the school district has been in relation to the tenure of the superintendent. One of the things that I will say is I want to express, for you to know that I have a desire to be here in Douglas County. The other thing that I want to also say is I have a desire to have a commitment to Douglas County. In addition to having a commitment to Douglas County, that also means that my goal is to be here and to have a level of commitment to the county. I will say coming here from the district where I was, there were, I will say, other variables that, hindered my ability to be able to be there for the term, for those that are looking at my resume. But the one thing that I will say is prior to that, I was in the Washington, D.C. area for 20 years. And I just want to say that my goal, if afforded the opportunity, is to be here until I retire. And so I just want to say that although you don't know me, my goal is that I am an honest person. I'm a person that demonstrates integrity. I have a moral compass. And for me, a part of it is being able to say that that is truly my goal to be here. I'm vested in the community. Even now, I've already begun looking at homes to perhaps rent or to purchase in the community. I've definitely looked to see what are areas that I'd love to live in. I've also the other thing that I would also say is that the school district is it's a great place to raise a family, and it's a great place to live. And so for me, I just want to express that I am vested in the community, and my desire is to stay in the community and not allow this to be a pit stop, but a place that I can definitely see and be here long term.
Well, that is all the questions we have. Thank you very much, Dr. Young, for your time, and I appreciate it. Today with Mr. Jarman. Mr. Jarman, these are the questions that are from the community. There were over 100 questions asked from the community. We picked common themes from what were normal questions that were asked from that time frame, and made sure that we added as much as we can from the community. So these are questions directly from the community, not from us specifically.
Okay.
I will go ahead and get started at this point. We'll start it going right now. So, Number one, if you were hired, what will be your priorities in the first 120 days, and how will you build trust, generate buy-in, and develop your plan during this period?
That's a great question, Tim, and I appreciate whoever submitted that question. Within the first 120 days, I think it's very important that I would be working very hard, being one of those candidates that is from out of state rather than here in the district. I think it's very important that I would spend time getting to know staff, getting to know community members, and making sure that people are beginning to get to know me and feel comfortable with the way that I lead. And so first and foremost is start building relationships and building trust with people. After that, I think that it's very important that we begin to study together with our business department and review the budget, make sure that I'm very much in tune with what we are preparing for the coming year financially. There would hopefully be time that we would be able to move out into and visit many more of the schools. I've appreciated the opportunity to visit 3 of the schools here in the district over these 2 days, but getting out into the schools and starting to get to know people that are at the school level as well. And other department heads, those that are over transportation, those that are working over the student safety and nursing, et cetera. I think it's very important that we have that opportunity right off the bat to start to establish those relationships. And then, along with the budget, another would be to start reviewing and working on the recently approved strategic plan that has been adopted. The community had a lot of input on that, and I think that we need to give that credibility and to move forward and show the community that we support them in meeting those needs and achieving those goals. So I'd work on that.
Perfect. What do you think needs to be done to ensure children's learning needs are met and that they have the access to learning opportunities and resources that prepare them for our 21st century world?
I believe that the central office is a support system for the schools. Everything we do is to build the capacity of our teachers so they can provide our students with the very best learning experience possible. And so whatever we're doing should be backing up that teacher and supporting them with tools and professional development to make sure that they have the competency and the ability to meet the varying needs of the students that will come into their classrooms. When I think about the resources, they are vast, and we need to be able to make sure that when a student has a particular need, that it is taken care of. And I'll give one example. There is no question that we need to make sure that our K or pre-K through 3 students are given every opportunity possible to be online with the reading level for that grade. so that as they leave the third grade, in those first years, we have given them that opportunity to read and to be able to be literate. That will help them as they move through our pre-K through 12 system. If we take care of that, then I believe the next step is to ensure that those students continue to feel like they are cared for. So what I mean by that is we need to help our students to feel safe. We need to help our teachers see the importance of that connection with the kids. So building the relationship, so a student actually feels like somebody loves them in the classroom and is a mentor for them. And then if they feel safe and connected, they are going to hopefully give their best effort to the teacher. And as that relationship grows, then the teacher now is building confidence in the student to move forward. And I believe that through that effort, the students will thrive, and we will have a very good public education system here in Douglas County.
Perfect, thank you. DCSD recently approved an educational equity policy. Can you identify a current educational inequity, outline how you would remediate the inequity, and relate why you think the remedy solves the issue?
One of the things that we have tried to do in the district where I've been serving for the past 6 years is to make sure that voices are heard. And so we have created a forum whereby especially our teachers and our administrators who are minorities are able to help us better understand where they are coming from and also what kids may be experiencing. We know that not only where I'm working currently, but also in Douglas County School District, that we could improve and make sure that we have teachers and others who serve as mentors for our students. They should be people that look like their students. And so I think that it's important that we allow for that. So the example that I'm using is when we have been in these monthly meetings, I've learned a lot just listening to some of the struggles that we hear about from some of these individuals. They have opened up, and I feel like whereas before they were just silent, they now feel that there's a trusting relationship and that somebody is willing to listen to them, and we are striving to make sure that we are making a difference. So when I look at that equity issue, the equity issue is to make sure that our students have champions that they can relate to. And so one of the things that we've done is we have pursued national hiring fairs to go out and look for minority educators that are excellent teachers, but can also add to the diversity of our district. I think that that is something that we can do here in Douglas County. This is a growing area, and I think that we can help our students to feel that safety and connection in our schools by doing that.
Thank you. I have a student on an IEP in an elementary school. What is your experience with special education and vision for a higher quality special education program?
Special education, most would know that this is a federal program. There are guidelines and laws that are expected to be followed. And so when the student has the need for their annual IEP, it is so important that the parent be given the opportunity to voice their desires and concerns if there be any, and then that team that is working with the child at the school has the opportunity as well to communicate and collaborate with the parents so that when the IEP is set up, that is as it is put together, it is the individual education plan. And so when that student now has the opportunity to have goals and resources put before them, we should be championing and doing everything that we can to help them achieve those goals. If there is an issue, we can always go back and readdress them. This is a team effort, though. It is something that requires us to listen to each other and to discuss and, in some cases, have some give and take on some of the issues so that we can make sure, again, that that child receives the best education possible.
Thank you. How would you assure that students recover from the impact of COVID on their learning? What can be done to reverse the trend of students' increased depression and anxiety?
I think it's a pretty simple answer, but then I'll share some ideas. Kids need to be in school, period. Kids need to be with their peers. School is a social event. And if we want our kids to have that social and emotional well-being, then they need to have that opportunity to be with their teachers learning and with their peers in a social setting. And so as much as possible, I would hope that we would be working to keep our schools open and safe, and yet still giving our students the opportunities that are so important. I think that when we look at the learning, that is ultimately what we're trying to achieve. But the aspects of being able to be in choir, for instance, or drama, and being able to produce the concerts and the plays, or being able to participate on a team and being able to compete, those are things that we learn lifelong lessons from those experiences. That is something that has been a very important thing to me as I have led a district that has over 81,000 students. We have tried to keep our kids in school as much as possible. We've worked very hard with our county health department, which has had a voice with the state to express our concerns that, yes, there is a health issue, but there's also that social and emotional issue for our students. Both the health and the social emotional issues need to be taken into account. And we shouldn't go one way or the other. It should be a combination of the two. And that's what I would be an advocate for, is to, if we need to have a voice, that I would step up and be willing to talk to whoever is necessary to try and allow our students to be in school as much as possible.
Thank you. There are many charter schools in DCSD. What is your view on charter schools and how they fit into the district as a whole?
I think the charter schools play a very important role. Where I live in Utah, we have a large number of charter schools in our district, but they are independent. So this is a little bit different of an experience coming to Douglas County. And what I have found is that even though we are independent, there is a connection there because of the taxpayer's obligation through the state to make sure that the needs are met of the charter schools. I know this, charter schools and the experiences that I've had with them are things like a student who has a tragedy in their family, or there is even a potential for a student suicide. In some cases, the help that is needed to follow up with that student who is attending a charter school, they reach out to us and they ask for help. And we have been more than willing to work with them as community partners to provide the resources and support, because everybody's kid is our kid. I mean, we need to step up whenever we can. I do believe that we need to give our families those choices, and if they choose to go to a charter school, that's great. If they choose to come to one of our Douglas County School District schools, we're going to provide them with the very best education and experiences possible. And I look forward to learning more about that connection where they are part of the school district here and where they are independent in Utah.
Thank you. How much does community input influence your decision-making? What approach do you take when addressing questions from community members who are outspoken yet do not represent the majority?
That first question of how much does community input influence your decision-making? I'll give you an example. We are in a growing area like Douglas County. Our district grows by between 1,000 and 1,500 students a year. And so we need to build schools. One of the things that we have done, we passed a bond. It was $387 million in 2016. And we just finished the last projects at the end of 2020. One of those issues was at the end of that bond cycle, we still have needs. So should we be going out to our public and asking them for additional bond funds? We worked with a third-party company and had them help us to set up our surveys, set up the cottage meetings and meetings at schools, and make sure that we were giving a broad base of our community and patrons an opportunity to give feedback. And what we found as we were preparing for the 2 years prior to going out for potentially a 2020 bond is that our taxpayers were saying, you know, maybe we need to be a little bit careful. We want you to show us that you have done everything possible in your power to make sure that the dollar has been stretched as far as possible. And so we've been doing that. And then, of course, COVID hit as we were going through the process. And we just determined based on that feedback. And by the way, as COVID hit, we resurveyed the public to say, what are you feeling like? The answer was, we're not going to go out for a bond in 2020. Potentially, that will happen in 2022, but we held off even though we have those needs because of our high growth. And so that's an example of we do need to listen and provide the forums for our community input. Now, with this second half of the question, when someone is outspoken and they want you to feel like they represent the majority, but really they don't, I think we need to be very respectful, but very honest with people. And I think that we need to listen, but we also need to understand what the majority of people are feeling like. And so I know that you can have a minority of people who have a certain feeling, and that is something that I've dealt with as a superintendent for 6 years. And typically, we are able to work through those concerns, hopefully at the school level. If it reaches the district, then we have an open door policy and we listen, and then we try and help them understand why we can or cannot support their point of view.
Thank you. What is the biggest challenge or issue for our students today? How would you help them deal with it or overcome it?
I would say that the biggest challenge right now is getting back to a normal school schedule, and giving our students the opportunity to get back to that learning environment where it's uninterrupted, where they can have the chance to move forward as fast as they can or remediate when needed. And I think that getting from where we are right now to where we can get back to that point, that is the challenge. Helping students to remediate as quickly and effectively as possible so that they have an opportunity to feel like, okay, I'm ready to go for that next grade. I think I'm realistic enough to know that not everyone can be remediated and caught right back up through a summer effort. This is going to take some time, and that would be a very high priority to try and work through those remediation efforts so that we can provide our students with the opportunities to get back up to speed and on track so that they can continue to excel. I was very, very impressed with the amount of scholarship dollars that our community receives for their students. It was reported over $93 million. I think that is outstanding. I think that shows a real commitment on the part of our families in this area to say education following high school is important to us. And so I think that we need to continue to work to provide those opportunities for our kids, but we've got to do it through a K through 12 system. And that would be something that I feel is very important. One of the most concerning aspects of my job, if I were selected as superintendent, is to help our students get back on track and not make them feel like, one, they've done anything wrong or that there's a problem, but that, hey, we are all here together as your mentors and your team to help you succeed.
Thank you. If you were to accomplish one thing in the next 5 years that would make Douglas County School District the premier school district in the state of Colorado, what would that accomplishment be? And what would you do specifically to accomplish that goal?
Great question. I believe that if we are able to help our students to, one, understand the potential that they have, understand the importance of the role that they play now at their age, but also that they will play as contributing members to our society and our communities. I think that that is something that we should all be striving to help our kids. And so I think that I would love to see our neighborhoods become neighborhoods where everyone is a supporter of kids. One of those things would be to educate our public about the idea, really it's Maslow's hierarchy of needs, that we're going to take care of the basic needs. Then we're going to help our kids to feel safe, not just at school, but in our communities. They'll feel safe. We do what we can to help them feel connected. And then as a community, we build their confidence. And by doing that, then they are able to thrive. Now, an example that I would like to share with you, and again, this is something that over a 5-year period, it can be achieved, but it won't be achieved right off the bat. It's something that does take time. It's something that I've been working on in my district in Utah. And that is a neighbor, a young man who is in middle school, walks by your home. You're out in the front yard. How do you respond to that young man? Do you say hi? Do you turn your back and act like you're busy with something else that's more important? Or do you take a minute and do you talk to him? And do you, if you don't know his name, do you let him know that you're interested enough that you'd like to find out a little bit about him? And not that everyone would do this, but one of the examples would be if the young man's name is Joe. Joe, how are you? Hey, tell me what's something that's exciting about school for you right now? Well, it may be that that young man is excited about computer science. And maybe he just says a very limited answer to you, but maybe he doesn't. Maybe he says something like, well, I really like computer science. Well, tell me about that. Tell me about computer science. My teacher has encouraged us to participate in a competition. And just through a very short conversation with that young man, I believe that as neighbors and community members, we can reach out to these young people and show them that they are a valued part of our community. We need to start doing that and be willing to take a little bit of time and not be so rushed in our lives that we pass by those opportunities to show that, you know what, you are important to me. So I think that would be something that we could work on. It doesn't take $1. Well, it might take a few dollars to make some brochures, but it really doesn't take much money. It takes a little bit of our time.
Thank you. We're down to number 10. Any final comments you would like to make to the DCSD community about your desire to be the next superintendent?
Well, I am very excited. I feel very honored to be part of this group of the final 4 that are interviewing for the superintendent position. I want you to know that as a person who has been a superintendent for the last 6 years, I feel like I have a long list of things that the team has accomplished. And when I say the team, that includes community, board members, staff, school personnel. We've accomplished a lot, and it's because we got in and we worked hard. I will do that. I am committed to make this a success, and I am not a person who is looking to have a short-term experience. I would hope that my tenure here would be one that could leave a legacy, and that can't happen in 1 or 2 years. I would love to be able to be part of this community, and I feel like where I have been, that has happened. And I feel like it's one of the best things that we can do is to be able to get out and see people who are performing. So I don't see the job as being something that is really ever over. It's constant, and I love being able to go to plays and concerts and games and watch kids perform and excel. I love to be in schools. I like to have an opportunity to learn from kids and listen to them. And that is something that I think is very important. One of my heroes is Abraham Lincoln. And I believe that he was a great example of a president who had an open door policy, and he also got out with the troops. And that's something that I will do. My commitment is that I will put my whole heart and soul into this, and I hope that I can have that opportunity.
Well, thank you, Mr. Jarman. That was a great answers, and I appreciate your time being here. And that concludes this community forum.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We good?
Back here for the meetings here with Mr. Wise. Mr. Wise, these questions are from the community directly. There were over 100 questions that were submitted. We picked similar themes for most of them. Most of the questions had very similar themes, and these are the questions that we came up with. We're going to go directly into the questions.
Okay.
If you were hired, what will be your priorities in the first 120 days, and how will you build trust, generate buy-in, and develop your plan during this period?
Yeah, that's a great question. You know, being a part of Douglas County for 25 years and this year in the role of interim superintendent, the positive part is we've already been doing a lot of the work. So that transition piece has already started, working on budget priorities, working on trying to meet with the different departments, getting out to schools, listen, trying to engage with the community with some town halls. And, you know, each of those worked for a while, but now how do we continue that? I think, you know, we start thinking about the next 120 days. We want to continue the work. First and foremost, we really need to do an overall comprehensive assessment of our social, emotional, and mental health resources. You know, this is a tough year. It's hard enough anyways to be a parent. There's no book to be a great parent, and it's been a difficult year. It's hard to be a child right now. And in the years of COVID with fear, anxiety, all of our transitions, you know, the forced isolation, I think we have to be real that, you know, it's tough to be a student right now. And our staff, it's hard work. We've had to teach remotely, teach hybrid and in person, and again, facing those same struggles that students are facing, parents are facing in the community. So I think first and foremost, we have to take a hard look at what's our well-being, what's our psychological, emotional, social, physiological, and physical well-being. So to do a comprehensive assessment, really take a look at what we have, what's working, enhance that, and be ready to not only respond coming back into school, but really take care of all of our people. That's our teachers, that's our staff, that's our students, and then also doing the outreach with our families, engaging them and building in our community resources. So I'd say that's one thing for sure that we need to really do within the next 120 days. You know, along with that, as a Board of Education, they've had a goal and we've had a goal to look at a comprehensive or a compensation plan. Where we were within the budget in this year and where we are now, when you look at a compensation plan to address all of our pay gaps, in Colorado, we have a new equity law that started in January. So how we address pay equity, and then how do we start to create a predictable and stable compensation system for our staff? And looking at a possible step in lane for licensed staff, but then how also do you address those compensation, the value, and the equity within our classified and other administrative pro-tech and administrative groups? So I think that's a key piece. And this year, looking at our finance, I think we have an opportunity where in the past we might have thought about we need a bond or MLO to do this. We have the opportunity to take a look at that and really put our priorities to restore towards a strong compensation plan and start to build out and steps to implement it over the course of next year to get people started, start to educate and inform, and start to do that well to address these gaps and really do it intentionally to be prepared for the following year. So I think that provides us that opportunity and really the financial capability of controlling it ourselves. So I think that's a key piece of continuing that work and over the next 120 days and throughout next year. You know, the last thing is you think about all of this, when you work towards equity and access and you look towards our needs, really taking a look at our leadership structure. You know, as we take a look at the strategic plan, we've got a great set of criteria and plans that we shouldn't deviate from. We built in the community, we have stakeholder feedback, and I think really taking a look at that and reprioritizing what have we accomplished and what's next. And we look at our leadership structure at the central administration level, we're pretty flat. And none of these areas should be really separated. They don't work in isolation. And I think really trying to address that as a leadership group to be best. It's not to add positions, but it's really to evaluate and reorganize to be at our best. So I think we need to hire those cabinet level positions coming into the spring because that creates a ripple effect. How do we attract, recruit, and hire the best to be able to continue that? And that's building up from principals that want to move into central administration and looking at those who are wanting and desiring to be a superintendent someday, and you build that coaching and mentoring and really looking at it in our district, really looking at a model of changing up the leadership where we're not flat. We might have 2 deputy superintendents, one that oversees equity and learning services, one that starts to work with some of the operational and sides, and then that partners out within our others. When we look at needs, and you address what are challenges that we have, special education, transportation, how we can take a look at those within these needs and looking at a cabinet position for special education because our personalized learning department is very, very large. So how we start to separate out and add focus to really solving these areas. So in my assessment of who we are, knowing us and listening to our parents, listening to our staff and our community, I think that's really what I'd say our priorities for the next 120 days and continuing where we are right now and building it forward into next year. You know, I said that a little bit. We've worked on that engagement piece, but we also need to continue that. So decisions aren't made in isolation. So how you reach out, have focused areas to ask for feedback and topics that are solution-oriented, I think is a continuation also that really helps in that engagement process.
Thank you, perfect. What do you think needs to be done to ensure children's learning needs are met and that they have access to learning opportunities and resources that prepare them for our 21st century world?
Yeah, so, you know, Douglas County School District is a phenomenal school district. We always have been one of the best, and we're going to work to continue to be one of the best, if not the best. Number one criteria is having the great teachers. Teachers are paramount. They make the number one difference in student success. The other thing I think we've done this year is really aligned our priorities. What are our academic priorities for our students, and really having that focus going back to PLC work, getting those teachers working together, using data, identifying what needs to be done. So I think when you look at teachers, you also have to say, what are the resources we need? So really identifying that focus of priorities towards reading and literacy and numeracy and assessing what do we have and what do we need. When we look at our budget, some of the work that we've started on is not only identifying that compensation plan, but also taking a look at our literacy resources. You know, really taking a look at, it's about $3.5 million to $5 million to look at those literacy resources for PK5. I think that's a target that we can aim and again start to implement. That also aligns with the READ Act. So within Colorado, the READ Act is of value, and we're working on training of all our teachers. So to bring in our focus of our school district towards reading, writing, numeracy, but then also provide those resources and work to be better towards the READ Act, I think is common sense. And so I think over the course of this next year, we can take a hard look at providing all teachers a training. Also then take a look at the resources, start to evaluate those evidence-based approved resources, and start to select and bring those to our teachers to help them be at the best for our students. So when you look at those things to ensure those goals, having the teachers giving the PD and the support and the time and the value to do their job well helps to lay out to where student success is. And as we measure that, reading's measured at the state level through our Ready, but also in each of our classrooms, we can build reading goals and targets and increase those achievements and growth throughout. Same is true with numeracy. And it's not that all the other contents aren't important, but these also enhance every other content. The best thing about Douglas County Schools is we're a comprehensive school district. We provide opportunities and pathways to CTE, concurrent enrollment, advanced placement, IB. You know, with our school of choice, you have many opportunities and choices to find the best fit for your student to be successful. So I think that gauge of using data to align to our priorities, measure our grade level readiness and advance that, and really look at that growth and those interventions, I think are critical. And I think those reading and literacy skills help all students, each and every. So I think that's a key piece of ensuring that our students' needs are met and preparing them for postgraduate in the 21st century.
Thank you. DCSD recently approved an educational equity policy. Can you identify a current educational inequity, outline how you would remedy the inequity, and relate why you think the remedy solves this issue?
Yeah, so that's a great question. You know, Douglas County School District has always worked on equity. It's been a part of it. You look at our mission, our vision, to inspire students to reach their fullest potential. And while it's been part of all of our work, I'm very proud that we have an equity policy to really hone in and make it a priority, to work to build in the community and our school district on what is equity, what's our priority towards that. When we talk about all, how do we ensure that all students have the access and opportunity to a fantastic education? And so I think when you look at those inequities, a little bit with our site-based budgeting is what I talked about with resources. How do we ensure as schools change and enrollment numbers might increase or decrease, that we have the equity of resources, time, training, to help our teachers be at the best for our students? So I think that access to opportunity is there. Hence, when we go back and talk about some of those priorities with budget, going back to tying that to our strategic plan and looking at those resources for reading, which is a key priority, and literacy, I think that's a great way to address inequity. Again, we have to help all of our students and our staff be at their best, and that's providing and hiring the best teachers and keeping them. It's about providing the staff and teachers the best training and PD so they're confident and comfortable and having the resources for all students. And when you focus on those things, it's going to create the results, and I think that piece of inequity towards driving towards better equity is key.
Thank you. I have a student on an IEP in an elementary school. What is your experience with special education and the vision for a high-quality special education program?
Yeah, so that's another great question. You know, kind of like I talked about with all of our district in the flat piece, there's times where equity is not a separate entity. Special education should not be separate, gifted and talented. When we look at our work of educating all students, a lot of what I've talked about is tier one. You know, we talk a lot of education language, but it's really for all students. And when you provide quality reading and writing and literacy skills, that's really going to help all students. That's including students who are on an IEP. That training towards that. How do we assess and know early on if there's gaps? Then how do we narrow the focus of what's the root cause? And if we can go back to that and really build those skills up, you get the growth to catch up and then get back to grade level. And I think the key piece is anytime you start to see deficiencies, whether it be through an IEP or a disability or just falling behind and struggling, how you find that, address that early and put in the strategies and interventions to catch up is key. And I think we have the resources and we'll build even more resources and training to do that better. And I think the key piece is communication. Do we know what our goals are? Do we know how to assess? Do we have the resources around us to really break that down and identify? And then do we respond quickly? And do we build in the parents and the students and that care and concern team when they're in school to set an action plan and move that forward? And then an IEP is really a formal action plan. But we should be doing this with all students and identifying that early. And for the first time, you know, in the past couple of years, we really started to use data better. There's always been a lot of data, but it's overwhelming. How do we really know what's the valuable data? And been proud to look at schools like Eagle Ridge and other schools, Crest Hill. All of our schools are using data, but they really make it visible where you have data walls. And you have up there not only your CMAS and your state testing, but you also go down to your iReady testing. So when you have the progress reports and you're looking at your daily interactions with students and you're starting to track, okay, so if this is what we're working on, how do we know that's working? Our strategy, what data do we show that it's intentionally getting the results that we need? And it's neat to see teachers' confidence with that and school plans that are aligned to that work. And it goes back to really the focus of keeping it simple. If we know our quality goals and we're clear and concise and we know how and what to do within those, we're going to drive our results. And I think that's true even students who are on an IEP to really say, what is it that we're struggling with? What is our root cause? What are interventions we need to have? And how do we progress monitor? And really following up on that quickly, intentionally, and ongoing.
Perfect, thank you. How would you assure students recover from the impact of COVID on their learning? What can be done to reverse the trend of students' increased depression and anxiety?
Yeah. I like that question. It goes back to a little bit what we've already identified. You know, we're doing a lot of things. We've worked on creating a SEL handbook and really incorporating that within all of our schools. We have trauma-informed training and instruction going on. We have sources of strength. We have signs of suicide. We have a lot of programs out there. In the elementary level, we have different things like Leader in Me and programs that are working on student ownership, student identity, student awareness, and confidence. I think some of those things that I said is we need to do an assessment of what are we doing, where are our gaps, and then how do we enhance that? We have great resources in our schools. I think even having regional teams that identify what are our staff needs and see which of our staff that are in schools and at central administration start to align and say, I'd like to tackle this one and be responsible for it, and partner up and see plans that we're doing this within the schools and seeing the results. So you look at staff wellness, staff social emotional wellness, physical well-being, safety, and we start to address those. And then we look at student social emotional wellness, physical well-being. I think each of those, bully proofing, and working on each of those, and we use people in the schools and also our central administration and community resource to partner up to set plans to support. And I think that's an outreach to our families. You know, as a parent, I want to know how I can help my student be successful in the community, at school. You know, part of being successful and moving on isn't just academics. It's that social emotional wellness and really taking care of being a good person, feeling confident, how to cope and problem solve, how to advocate, how to reach out and ask for help. I think each of those are critical skills and things that we are doing, but as we do an assessment, we can really enhance, fill those gaps, increase training, be more intentional with it, increase the resources and PD for our staff to be better. And I think that's what's going to drive that preparation. And it's a CASEL model, the collaborative for academic and social emotional learning. It's that model that we just need to really be more intentional, review, and increase our outputs.
Thank you. There are many charter schools in DCSD. What is your view on charter schools and how they fit into the district as a whole?
Yeah, so, at Douglas County Schools, we are still growing. Over the next 10 to 20 years, we're going to be growing to 100 and 200,000 more people. Charter schools are part of our school choice. We have open enrollment, we have school choice, and I think the purpose is to find schools that will help our students be more successful and the most successful. Part of when you work with families, you start to say, where is a student going to choose to be successful? We can tell you what you want to do. Well, what are you willing to do? Where do you fit in? What are your interests? I think all of our schools provide fantastic, comprehensive opportunities. I think every one of our schools is working hard to do the best for our families and for their students. So I think in this process, I think we need to continue to work together to say, what is an excellent school? How do we measure that? In my opinion, we want every school to be an excellent school. So it goes back to those priorities, those measurements, and how can we get on the same playing field of measuring together of what is quality, what are we working for, what are our goals? And as we start working on that same playing field, it's really not competition against, it's competition with ourselves. It's really working to say, this is what we're doing well, making it visible. How do we work on the grade level readiness? How do we work on advancement? How do we work on catching up so everyone's successful? What are your interest inventories? What you're planning for postgraduate success? How do we ensure that we have those pathways to CTE, career technical education, industry certifications, keys towards concurrent enrollment, advanced placement where you're gaining college credit in high school? Through our collaboration campus, we have 2 students this year that have their associate's degree as they graduate high school. My daughter, for example, had multiple college credits through advanced placement and concurrent enrollment opportunities. Not quite an associate's degree, but boy, it saved money. And more so than saving money, it's that readiness. When you can take those classes in high school, you understand the rigor, the pacing, and what it's going to be like in college. So no matter where you go, your chances of being more successful is going to be there. And it's our goal of building readiness for success. That success criteria, which I think is critical. So I think it's that partnership of our charter schools with our neighborhood schools to come back and work together, to lay out what is quality, and I think we define things probably pretty similarly, and then to continue to find those ways to build that cohesion. And I think that's true with our whole community, our school district, and that's really a next step I believe we need to take.
Perfect, thank you. How much does community input influence your decision-making? What approach do you take when addressing questions from community members who are outspoken yet do not represent the majority?
Yeah. So, going back to the first 120 days and going back to this question, this is a big job. The transition to a superintendent role, whether you're coming from inside Douglas County or from the outside, it's a big transition. It takes time. And I think one of the frustrations that you hear from the community is time. We don't have time. We need results. We need decisiveness. We haven't had action. So I think on that end, as you look at this, as we're selecting the next superintendent in our role is how can we do this more seamlessly? How can we look at action and be correct in our action, knowing our community, being decisive? As I've expressed myself over the years, I've talked to and probably been expressed as and expressed myself in the terms of a visionary leader, building towards the future, looking at that vision. I'm also probably a relational leader. I have a lot of read and want to side up with people, get to know people and engage, see what you're about and listen, and try to work towards win-win solutions. But, over the course of this time this year, in my reflection of who I am and what I believe a superintendent is really an empathetic leader. And what I mean by that is, especially in this year, to take on this role in the year of COVID, there's a lot of emotion, a lot of anger, a lot of wants and needs. I get it. I'm a parent also. I'm an educator. I'm a community member. how do you listen to everyone? And I have to make decisions, and we have to make decisions that aren't going to make people happy. But understanding what it's like to be in your shoes, and hopefully you understand what it's like to be in our shoes, is important. Because anytime you make a decision, that has an impact on others. And you're responsible for that. You can't always make the decision that's going to make everyone happy. And most times you won't make everyone happy. But understanding that impact that it has on others, and then thinking about how you can help them understand better, how you can follow up with them, how you can ensure the why is understood a little bit better, I think is key. So even those that don't represent the majority, I think I try to listen. I take everything in. Then you also try to explain why we made decisions. You hope to create understanding. But there's times where not everyone is going to understand. But I think it kind of goes back to this system. I think one thing that I'd like to ask is, if you ask each individual, what's the one challenge or problem you'd like to solve the most? You start to get themes of what's the most important challenges and problems out there, and then what are we willing to do to try to solve that? How much time are we willing to spend, resources? And we start chipping away at those. But I think that's an important part of listening to the emotion, the wants, the changes, the conflicts. You have to embrace it and listen, and you have to try to solve and improve that. But then you also have to increase communication and involvement, and try your best with everyone as extensions of me, because it's not about any one person. There's not a perfect person for this job. Everyone has strengths and areas of growth, but it's how you extend that out to build out more, to have ownership, understanding, buy-in, and I also think we're going to find a lot of solutions in that process. So that's how I'd respond to that.
Thank you. What is the biggest challenge or issue for our students today, and how would you help them deal with it to overcome it?
Yeah, I might sound a bit repetitive, but I think our biggest challenge, it's an ever-changing world. And when you look at that, how do I find myself and find my success of where I'm going? You know, education is fundamental. I think it's the most important career and job we could ever have. Teachers make the difference in the world. That's why I wanted to become a teacher and get into education. Then you look at the principles that made me better and coached and mentored, and you realize a bigger impact. And as I said, in this role as a superintendent, representing a larger group and having an impact on so many, I think the biggest challenge is working with each individual, helping them be at their best throughout their entire education career. And so if it's students, it's at PK-12, how do I help you be at your best? So that way when you go off outside of high school, you're going to be successful no matter what you choose, because many students don't know what they want to do. But I think finding that relevance, finding that motivation, as I talked about solving problems, I really believe a great way to motivate and keep motivation is chipping away at valued goals, valued problems, that if we feel a purpose of what we're working on and you're showing progress towards that, that's what we're all about. And I think that's true with students. There's some classes, some content, some teachers are going to like better than others. But how we can engage, find their interests, help them feel successful, and show with data their success, and if students chip away on that, they own that, I think that increases that positive attitude. And the more you believe, I talk about with students all the time, the more you connect your purpose and your passion with your heart, with your mind and what you're learning, you're going to be successful no matter what you do. So, the challenges today, social media is tough. You're always on your phone, social media. It's damaging at times, especially in times of crisis and conflict. So how we teach coping skills, perseverance, resilience, those are some of the positives, I think, coming out of COVID that we're going to find. While it's a tough year, students, families, teachers, we've had to transition out of things we've never done before. Talking with students in classes, what's one thing you find positive? Well, I'm a better time manager. Well, I know how to work online. And I asked, have you ever really done that before? No, not really, not the same way. What do you like better? What are you skilled at? And it's each person's a little bit different on that. But I think navigating the waters of everything, all the obstacles, challenges, temptations, distractions, it's a complex world. And as I said earlier, it's tough to be a child in normal times, and you add in COVID, really taking care of ourselves and being intentional with that mental health, really checking in that social emotional piece, the mindfulness strategies. As I'm getting ready, I'm listening to ocean waves. Why? Because this is stressful. All the candidates, everyone that's going through it, props to everybody, because it's stressful to be in the mix. So how you go back and tend to yourself in those times of stress is important. And I think that's true with with each and every individual, and most important with our students. We're here for students. So how we help students find themselves, find their strengths, know what to do when they don't know what to do, how to ask for help, how to admit a mistake and say, hey, but I'm gonna be better because of it. Sometimes our greatest mistakes become our greatest strengths. And I think those are the key things of the biggest challenge for our students today. I hope I also showed a little bit of how you overcome it. When you have a person at a school who a student knows cares about them, and hopefully more than one, but you have a person who you can trust in and go to and know that will help you, I think it's critical. You know, as we talk about it, the reason why I'm in education is because of the teachers that made a difference. The reason why I'm in Douglas County is because of Mr. Maine. He was the best teacher I ever had, and I told him in high school I was going to teach for him. So I think, how do you make that difference? You help kids find those people that they can count on. They know how to use those resources. You get them around positive peer groups. You connect with their families. And I think those are the things that help kids be successful. And then we provide the resources. And we have the curriculum alignment, the strategies and great instructional strategies. We have fantastic teachers. And that's how you help the kids overcome that.
Thank you. If you were to accomplish one thing in the next 5 years that would make Douglas County School District the premier school district in the state of Colorado, what would that accomplishment be, and what would you do specifically to accomplish that goal?
So one thing, so first and foremost, I'd say we already are a premier school district. We always have been, and even in our most challenging times, we still are doing great things. And you look at other school districts, they still measure themselves against us. But I think the greatest accomplishment over the next 5 years, we're so close, but in many ways we have so many things we have to do. So I think it's connecting those dots. If we come together as a community and as a school district, if we look at setting those key priorities and really focusing on those things and not getting pulled in different distractions, different directions, distractions, politics, and all the other things out there, if we can get our focus and hit on those priorities, we can drive results. You know, we have phenomenal families. We have phenomenal students. Our teachers are just amazing, and our principals are outstanding. So I think if we connect those dots on a clear purpose and keep it simple, I think we'll look back and knock it out of the park, because fundamentally, reading, writing, speaking, math transfers over into everything. If you get those interests, our engineering programs are through the roof. At Cimarron, you're walking through their multimedia, their video broadcast studio. They have a green room. They went and competed as a middle school against high schools, and they were beating the high schools. One student said to the teacher, you know, the one thing we didn't compete is podcast. So that student drove and got a group of students with the teacher to build a podcast studio. Now guess what? They're competing in podcast. Had another student as we went through, and it's not just schools, but given my experience with this journey, student talked about student broadcast. And how do you create that student broadcast? Well, that's an example of that podcast and student broadcast, but two different schools. Went into a fire science room. So you look at our paths we have to get kids not only interested, but to their passions. And sometimes you try something out and you realize, yeah, that's not what I want to do. I took that aviation class, but you know what? I think I'd rather go in this direction. We're providing opportunities for kids to find out about life, interests, have that academic rigor, have those industry certified programs where you can go out and get right into the workforce and be an entrepreneur, or go off to a university or a college or a trade school or the military. Our schools are producing great kids. I think what I'm most proud of over my 25 years is seeing the number of students that come back to Douglas County, that live here, raise their families here, the number of students that come back and are employees within our school district. To see our students go off and become adults and be happy, successful, contributing members of society. You go back to our mission and vision, that's what we are trying to accomplish. And I can't tell you enough about that's what makes Douglas County special. That's what makes Douglas County School District the best, is we're about people. We always have done things a little bit different because we empower and we have the ability to be the best. And as we connect those dots, we'll continue to be at the top and even take it to another level.
Number 10, final question. Any final comments you would like to make to the DCSD community about your desire to be the next superintendent?
Yeah. You know, you hear a little bit about my passion here. Love what I do. Never wanted a job, but I want to love the job that I do. And Douglas County, it's a part of who we are. It's a part of who I am. Education is not a job, it's a lifestyle. This role to be successful is more than a job. The investment in this district and the people, our community, it's 24/7. So we need all of us to be more than just about ourselves. We need to be more about Douglas County and Douglas County School District. And I just want you to know that I believe in Douglas County Schools. I believe in our community. I've been invested as a community member, as an employee, as a parent. It's not just to be the status quo. It's not to be the same. It's not to bring back the past. I think you have to look at characteristics that are going to carry you forward. It's about having the vision, but then also the action plan to make that happen. It's about being humble and understanding that I don't know it all, but I'm sure as heck going to work harder and overachieve. And I'm going to surround myself with people that know a lot more than me, and we engage and invest in each other into solutions. And I really believe that we have the community and we have the district to really take on all the challenges in education. There's not one perfect way to do this. If there was, everyone would be doing it. But how we take on the challenges that are in society and the world, how we take on the challenges in our own schools and our own district, I think it's that investment that you have to believe in what we're doing. We can't give up. It's been a tough year with COVID. But really, going back to a book I read recently, Green Lights, you know, you have to have those times where you're just enjoying and doing a read that's a way to relax. But it really talked about the red lights and yellow lights could open up the opportunity for green lights. And I think this year in particular, in times of change, times of emotion, what opportunities are in front of you? Do you seize those opportunities? Because sometimes you don't see them, you don't have the opportunity to take them on. And do we seize that green light to open up the opportunity together? To say, you know what, let's take a step back. Let's really look and say, is this really a problem? Can we use the data to determine what's the root cause? And then let's start to say, what solutions can we find? And as we start working on those solutions, really start to measure, is it working? Because a lot of times we put a lot of action to things, but we don't go back to say, do we know where those actions, are they directly improving the result we want to have? Can we correlate it? And I think together we can do that. So going back to me, I've had the opportunity to be in this role and I'm humble. A lot of people say, why would you do that right now? You're like a piñata, you're getting hit a lot, just hoping for something good to come out of it. I wouldn't want that job. I'm humbled, I'm proud. I wake up with a clear purpose and passion. I believe in who we are. And in that transition of learning that this year, we're ready to take it to the next level. We aren't perfect. I can tell you our strengths, I can tell you our gaps, and together though, we can work on taking those on and improving it. We need to think outside of the box. We need to think about what is better and how to do that. We need to get out and research and look at those best schools. We need to look at what we have within our own resources, because a lot of times we don't even know what we have. But I want to say to you, you're getting a person who knows Douglas County, who believes in Douglas County, who is Douglas County. And I don't want it just because of myself or a job. I want it because I believe in who we are. I believe in what's best for students. I want to see all of our students succeed, because I really believe in creating a family. And a family means every student you need to treat like they're your own. And that means we're going to stumble, we're going to have conflict, but we're going to work together and make each other the best. And how we do that together is critical. And finding the right people to surround yourself, and it's about a team, and it's about a group, it's about a whole system, district-wide, every employee group. If we didn't have classified employees, we wouldn't be open tomorrow. Every role is critical, and every stakeholder is critical. We all are helping our students have success. So it might be a little corny, a little hokey, but that's a little bit of who I am. I'm passionate. I want to make a difference. Wouldn't be in this job if I wasn't. And I think that's true of everybody that's in education. So and I just want to say to you, thank you for the opportunity. I thank you for this year. It's been a challenging year, but I'm proud of what we've accomplished. I'm proud of what we've taken on. There's a lot of things that I look back and say, wish we could have done that a little bit different. But if you aren't humble enough to really say that. You're never going to get better. And I will tell you, I'm going to work hard to always be better, never be in the status quo, and always try to do what's right and always put students first. So that's who I am. That's who I think I've shown myself to be in each of my roles over the 25 years. And I'm not the same person. I'm going to keep growing to be a better person, a better educator, a better leader, and that's my commitment.
Thank you, Mr. Wise, for the great answers and thoughtful responses. That concludes the community forum. We are done at this point for the community forum.
Okay.
Appreciate
Thank you very much.
We're here for the community forum questions. These 10 questions are pulled from over 100 questions provided from the community directly. We took them from the same themes, so questions that were asked the same way, and brought them here. These are the top 10 questions that they have. I'm going to jump right on into the questions with you. Number one, if you were hired, what will be your priorities in the first 120 days, and how will you build trust, generate buy-in, and develop your plan during this period?
Thank you so much. First and foremost, let me just say I appreciate the honor and the ability to be a finalist. And with that being said, as we start talking about my first 120 days as superintendent, the first thing I want to do, obviously, is to meet up with different groups within central admin, within the cabinet, to ensure that I seek to understand. One of the philosophies I've always operated by as a principal throughout the district, throughout my years in the district, is to seek to understand. It is easy to come in and say, well, because I'm here, because I've always been here as an educator, that I know all the little inner workings. And that's just not true. The truth of the matter is, I know a number of things about what I've seen as a leader, what I've seen as a community member, what I've seen as a parent, and I also know a number of things from the different committees that I've worked on. But if I really want to know to be able to impact change, I'm going to have to sit down with those other leaders who are in the district. I'm going to have to get a better understanding of the roles and make sure that any decisions we make moving forward, that I have a clear understanding of what has been going on and what we want to do next and what their goals have already been. It doesn't work well if we just decide we're going to go a whole 360 overhaul or 180 overhaul from where we're at. Instead, we need to make sure that we know where we're heading and what steps have already been taken in that run. The next part, as far as how we build trust and generate buy-in, is being authentic in what we talk about, right? Being authentic in what we talk about, being clear with our answers, being transparent, and I know that's an educational buzzword, right? We often talk about transparency, but the truth of the matter is, people find it hard to trust leaders who don't follow through with what they say. And so, as the principal of Highlands Ranch High School, we have always done our best to ensure that kids are taken care of, that our community is connected with, that our staff is listened to, and that we're operating in an area of character. And so, as the superintendent, I want to make sure that I bring those exact same values to the forefront here in Douglas County. And the way I'm going to do that is the first things that I do, if I say I'm going to do it, I follow through and I do it. And I hold people accountable for those actions across the board. And in holding people accountable, allowing them to own their mistakes, allowing them to grow as professionals, and making sure that we're continuously moving forward as a district. My first 120 days are going to be meeting with people like the Chamber of Commerce's throughout the district, meeting with the different city councils, meeting with the different schools, creating community forums so that people can ask me more specific questions about me, about my vision, about where we want to go as a district, meeting with our kids. While I love spending time with kids and I spend a lot of time in the hallways and hanging out with kids, really meeting all the kids throughout the district and really getting a pulse on where we are across the board, where people want to continue to move forward. And doing all that at the same time, completing and finishing the work that needs to get done so we can have a successful end of the school year and a great start to our next school year.
Thank you. What do you think needs to be done to ensure children's learning needs are met and that they have access to learning opportunities and resources that prepare them for our 21st century world?
Well, the big thing to think about is that we want to make sure that we've got a cross-section of opportunities for all learners. So what I think needs to be done is we need to analyze what are the available opportunities for all of our learners. Do we have things set up effectively for our GT students and for our advanced placement students? If we're doing that well, why are we doing that well? How are we doing that well? One of the best ways to approach this issue when we talk about student learning needs is to really dive into our district strategic plan. We built a plan that was built out beautifully, that has outlined constructs of exactly how we want to be able to move forward. Well, we've got to engage in that plan now. We've got to go into the academic resources within that plan as outlined and find ways to get those resources in the hands of our educators and our kids so that they can continue to move forward. For me, I want to make sure that we are not only looking at the data, because we're going to have a ton of data to look at, but that we're following through with the data that we've already collected and the work that we've already done. This goes back to that initial question around, how do we build trust? Well, people trusted us a number of years ago to build a district strategic plan and to implement that plan with fidelity. Now, I get it. COVID, we couldn't have planned for, and it's been a year and a half of that which has slowed down some of our progress. But we've got an opportunity right now as we are sort of coming out of the woods with COVID, and I say that lightly, as we're sort of coming out to say, where are our focuses academically for kids? Have we stayed aligned to that? Are we going to do an aligned curriculum? Are we going to look at those end of the year assessments? How are we utilizing the data that's coming from all of that work? And how are we moving kids forward? So for me, as the superintendent, I want to make sure that we're meeting the needs through our district strategic plan. That will get them ready for the 20th century world, and that we're providing opportunities. Lastly, the thing that I would add in there are we also have a lot of great programs as far as concurrent enrollment and CTE, and we continue to throw out these letters and these names, and we talk about how we sort of want to do it, and we haven't entirely dove in and really gotten dirty with what is a campus going to look like for CTE? What is that next step going to look like for each of our schools? How are we going to provide these opportunities for all of our learners? How do we align regional areas so that kids have access to the learning that they want to have? And so that's the kind of work that we want to do. And as superintendent, I would plan on pushing through that piece by talking to our leaders, talking to our schools, and finding out how are we going to get there together.
Thank you. DCSD recently approved an educational equity policy. Can you identify a current educational inequity, outline how you would remedy that inequity, and relate why you think the remedy solves the issue?
And you know, thankfully for me, I had the ability to be one of the co-authors of that equity policy and work with an amazing group of individuals who. What we saw was it's not just the inequities that are existing in the classroom. We also saw in our community, we saw a lot of hurt going on, and it's been a conversation for years. That's the crazy piece, right? And so being able to pass something like the equity policy was, I would say, a huge win for our district because it's not about aligning to some other philosophy that's out there. It's about doing right for people and meeting people where they're at. And so when we talk about the inequities that we see currently in education, I mean, one of the simple ones is making sure that there are people that look like our constituents and our students. In other words, I get to say this now more often than not. I am the first and the only African-American principal of a high school in Douglas County. There's only one other African-American administrator in this district beside myself. For our students of color, and for those of you who've ever had a chance to hear me speak about the doctorate that I wrote, my doctoral thesis is about our students of color tend to see more success when they see people that look like them in leadership positions above them. We don't have that abundantly across the district, and we don't even have it at just a base level. And it's not just our students of color. It's our students who have different backgrounds, who are coming from different socioeconomic backgrounds. I have a teacher in my building currently who is deaf and hard of hearing who would love to be an administrator in this district. And I've got to tell you, outside the fact I don't want to lose him for our kids, he will be an amazing administrator. We need to get people like that in those leadership positions. And I think one of the biggest inequities that we have sitting in front of us is, are we hiring diversely the same way that we're trying to educate? Are we putting things out there and putting things in place so that our diverse learners from different types of backgrounds, from different socioeconomics, different colors, can see people that look like them, that can relate to them, so that way when people relate to you, when they know where you're coming from, when they know the pieces of life that you've dealt with, and they can make a connection, it opens up their learning tremendously. It's the reason why most teachers, and when I say most, I'm gonna say 98% of teachers are phenomenal storytellers and are able to connect with kids because they connect on a personal level about their life experiences and how it connects to a kid's life experience. Well, how do we wanna connect with more kids? Get more people with diverse backgrounds to connect their life experiences with our diverse student population.
Thank you. I have a student on an IEP in elementary school. What is your experience with special education and vision for a high-quality special education program?
I am proud to say that as the principal of Highlands Ranch High School, I do believe we have one of the strongest ISS departments that services special education students in the district, if not in the state. And I say that because not only are they dedicated individuals who care a lot about kids, but they've scaffolded out a process, a program for kids so that we can meet them where they're at. And so you take a low-level reader, right? We've got differences between English Strats class into a team taught class, into an exploring English class, which talks about things like using Read 180 and other tools to support, to our traditional push-in model, not counting the fact that we also have other ways in which we can have kids put into an effective needs course where their emotional needs will be met, or SSN. And so in my school, I've seen us how we are able to scaffold this out really well. And I say that because when we talk about an English Strats class, just putting the kids in class and saying, well, you're here with the teacher and now I'm gonna push you out into English 1. I'm gonna put you into English 1 and I'm gonna have an EA stand next to you and help you read. What about a student who's reading at a third grade level? They are losing so much in every moment that they're sitting in that room. But if you create strategic classes across the board that allow you to support these students, then you meet them where they're at, their growth can be exponential. And when you talk to people who are in, at least in my building and in a couple of other buildings that are doing it so successfully, what you'll hear is, I love watching a student's growth go from a second grade reading level when they were a freshman to the fact that they're reading at a 10th grade level as they're a senior. Yeah, they're not reading at the 12th grade level with the other seniors, but I met them where they're at, and that amount of growth is exponential. It's amazing, and it's inspiring. And so my experience with special education has been just that when you want to provide high quality special education resources, you meet students where they're at, and you find a way to build a system that allows them to have a voice, that allows their parents to have a voice, and that allows the experts who are in the room every day to provide for students without numerous obstacles in their way. And I think as educators, we all want that. And I think our district strategic plan will help us get there as well, tying it back into that piece.
Perfect, thank you. How would you assure that students recover from the impact of COVID on their learning? What can be done to reverse the trend of students' increased depression and anxiety?
Well, and in this two-part question around how we assure that they recover from the impacts of COVID, I think one of the biggest rocks, so if we were to talk about the first three things that I've got to do as superintendent, it's we've got to build a COVID plan. In other words, not only what is our plan for the rest of the school year, but what is going to be the plan coming back into the school year. Now, I think we've got a framework that's already been started by a number of our experts here in our district, but we've got to really dive deep into that gap, that learning gap that's been established for our kids. How do we provide not only for our seniors and juniors, and in our past board meeting, there was a conversation about how we do the support service for the next 365 days for our juniors and seniors, which I 100% agree with. Absolutely, we've got to do that. But what about the first grader who's not really ready to go into second grade, where any other year where they're at, we would not be suggesting that they just jump right into second grade. We'd be providing them with different resources to help them get closer to where their classmates are. What we've got to do is we've got to build a system out that's going to allow for students to do some level of remediation throughout the year next year, and understand that for our younger learners, it may be a 2 to 3 year cycle before they're really caught up to where we're at. And for our older learners, that they're ready to walk out of our doors and go into the college university setting and be successful. Now, the simple answer to it is, well, everyone's behind. Everyone in the nation is behind, so you're going to be okay. But that doesn't make kids feel better. And it definitely doesn't make parents feel better. Kids and parents, that's where their anxiety starts to build. That's where the depression really starts to grow. And on top of that, the fact that they haven't been able to connect with people for 6-8 months, and for some of our kids, I spoke to a family the other day who was able to say their kid actually hasn't actively been in school at all, because every time they've come back in the building, they get quarantined. And it's tough to even make those calls. When I'm talking to a mom and she's like, but wait a minute, Dr. Page, my daughter just came back today. Yeah, I know. There was a kid in her class who exposed her. She's got to be quarantined again. that is creating part of that anxiety and that depression as well, because there's a disconnect in the fundamental pieces of students connecting with each other, with adults, and building strong relationships. So how do we dive into that? How do we make sure that we reverse that trend of anxiety and depression? I think the word reverse might be a little too strong, because I don't know if we're going to actually be able to reverse it. But what we can do is we can focus on the idea of mental health in our district. It's something that we know needs to happen anyway. It's something that we're all pretty much connected to, this idea that mental health is not exactly where it needs to be nationally. And so let's provide more supports in the world of mental health so that our students who are feeling anxiety and feeling depression can feel like they're more supported and they've got more resources in front of them. I love the fact that we increased the number of counselors that we have in our district. I think that was spot on, but we missed a chance to increase the number of mental health professionals. So that's what we want to do next. Let's increase the number of mental health professionals as well. And when we do that, let's start then building a stronger MTSS system, which I think we've got some good players in place to do it. Let's really scaffold it out. Let's really spell it out. Let's talk about it. It's okay to talk about mental health. And I think that sometimes is another fear. I don't want to talk about mental health because if I talk about it, then my kid's going to say they're depressed and now we're going to have a problem. No. Your kid may be depressed, but they're not talking to you about it. So we want to talk about it as a community. That's how we have open conversations. We build out a strong mental health program. We build out our MTSS even more so than what it is. And in that, we will support and capture so many more kids who are feeling that anxiety and that depression, not just because of COVID, because of technology and everything else that is hindering the ability for students to feel like they can develop with social emotionally in today's society. The last thing I'll say to it is my good friend, our middle school principal next door, talks often about the idea that students have to learn how to own their actions, right? That they have to learn it's okay to fail, that it's okay to hear no, it's the struggle is a part of the journey. And that's all right too. Like, we want to be able to encourage that. We want to be able to encourage the idea that kids are going to struggle with support. And that support's going to come from our MTSS and our mental health guidance.
Perfect, thank you. There are many charter schools in DCSD. What is your view on charter schools and how they fit into the district as a whole?
I mean, charter schools are here, and so the idea like someone's going to sit up here and say, well, we've got to get rid of charter schools, that's not realistic, and that's not necessarily what we need to do. Charter schools do serve a purpose for students who need some of that specialized learning that a charter school can offer. Now, I will also tell you that I believe our neighborhood schools can provide all those same things, and I think that we do a fantastic job of it. But for some of our families, some of those smaller class sizes, some of the nuances of what a charter school offers is more beneficial. And for those families, they are more than welcome to take it. As far as the district is concerned, we really become a pass-through when we talk about things like bonds and mill and allowing those financial dollars, how we impact our students. When we go for a bond and mill, that bond and mill isn't just impacting the students at neighborhood schools, it's impacting the students at charter schools. And so when we create a us versus them divide to say that I don't want to hear anything ever about a charter school, all we do is we create a bigger rift than some of the parts that already exist in our district. If I were to say one word to sort of sum up where we're at as a district, it's healing. Like, we need to heal. We have gotten so aggressive with each other and almost abusive in some regards in the way that we respond to each other, the way we see each other. I mean, if you even think possibly different than someone, there's something wrong with you. God forbid you homeschool your kids. You must not like education at all. That's not the case. Our old neighbor's living down the street. The guy's a rocket scientist. So when he says he wants to homeschool his kids, I'm like, yeah, you might be better. You might. Than some of our science teachers. Not all, but you might be, because you're a rocket scientist working for Lockheed Martin. When a parent says, I want my kid to go to this charter school because its focus is going to be on performing arts, and I want that to be a focus of their classes that they take every day, and I want that to be the primary focus of what they do, I can't tell you that a public school is going to be able to offer you it that succinctly. I can tell you we've got amazing performing arts. I can tell you that we've got everything in place for your kid to be successful, but I can't tell you that it's going to be able to offer exactly what that charter school offers. So There is a necessity for them in some regards. Do I believe that they're the end-all be-all? Not at all. Do I believe that our public schools, or our neighborhood schools, should I say, do a phenomenal job of providing for every single student? I do think so. Do I know that there's more that we can do to bring kids back from those charter schools who are saying, hey, I do want to be in my neighborhood school, but you didn't offer this? Yeah, I think we can offer that, and I think we can have that ability. But for right now, as long as we're not able to click those boxes for a family, then a charter school does become an option for them. I hope that they'll talk to their neighborhood school and their neighborhood school principals, because 9 times out of 10, when we have good dialogue, when we talk to each other, when we just have open communication about what our needs are and what our wants are, 9 times out of 10, we can hear each other. That 1 time out of 10 sometimes isn't even about hearing each other. Sometimes we just don't have the money to make it happen. And I hope that we can all correct that together as a community.
Thank you. How much does community input influence your decision-making? What approach do you take when addressing questions from community members who are outspoken yet do not represent the majority?
I think everyone's voice matters, right? And that's not just because I'm a minority and I feel that way. That's not just because I worked on the equity policy and I feel that way. It is because when I walk into a classroom as a teacher, I'll put myself way back in the day as a teacher, I think there's an inherent feeling from some kids that they feel like, well, I don't know if this teacher really cares what I have to say, so sometimes I'll sit here and I'll be quiet and I won't say a thing. And so as a teacher, we learn very early that every voice in the room matters, even the quietest voice. When they say one thing, it can be so powerful, and we try to empower that ability to do it. Even the voice that is way off what we're talking about for the moment, it has power, right? It has power to distract, it has power to detour, it has power to encourage. And so as teachers, we typically learn how to honor all the voices in our room, no matter how much they don't align or how much they do align. And that includes the voice that keeps talking way too much about the stuff you care about. The same thing is true for our community. Every voice matters. All those same kids in the classroom whose voices you are concerned about, they grow up to be the adults in our community. And so their voices matter as well. So for me as a principal, I've always cared about the voices of our community members. Now, what my community knows, and I think the other communities I've worked in this district know, is that while you have a voice and I want you to speak your voice, it doesn't mean that your voice gets to change the direction of the ship every other time. Sometimes you have to hear no. Sometimes it's okay to say, this is the direction we're going, and to explain why this is the direction we're going, what we are trying to do with that, and how we're going to get there. What's your why, right? That's what we have to explain. And so for our community members who want to influence decision-making, I want their voice at the table. How do you know you're making a good decision if you're not able to hear all sides? How do you know? Even in the development of the equity policy, we gathered information from different community members throughout, and there were some very, very hard comments in there. And some weren't just the idea of, I don't know if this is the time for it. Some were just outright racist and mean. They were, right? The hard part to that is, how do you hear that voice, yet continue to do the work? Because you have to understand that the fact that that voice is out there representing means that that minority can, number one, get loud. Number two, how can you create a policy that looks out for minority voices but ignore the minority voices that don't like the policy? So for us as a community, we want to make sure that we listen to the outspoken, that we're able to, as a cabinet, analyze what's being said, make sure that we've got data to either support the direction we're going or be able to overturn our decision because the data that they're providing makes more sense. And we want to hear. What I'd love to see as the superintendent is that we don't spend so much time yelling at each other and we spend a little more time listening to each other. And if we can do that, and as the superintendent, if I can model that, then I think we can move so far. My job will be to model that idea of, please, tell me what you're upset about. Tell me what you want to change. Tell me how we can impact it. Give us direction. Show us that stuff. And then to come back and be able to say, what I need you to hear me tell you is I've got an army of experts from our cabinet to our directors, to our principals, to our teachers, to our staff members, to the quietest leaders in this district that are so smart and so strong and so intelligent in what they do, that they can also help us move this forward. And if they're telling us this is how we've got to do it, I'm telling you that group has got it. And I hope that a community member who still disagrees can sit and say, I hear you, but I respectfully disagree. That's okay. That's okay, because that's democracy. That's the ability to formulate a good conversation and have good decision-making. That is part of leadership, and it's part of being a community. The last thing I'll say to it is, it's like being in a family, right? For those of you who have families, any family members more than just mom, dad, and a kid, you know, conflict is what builds that family. And it's okay to disagree. And even mom, dad, and a kid, it's okay to disagree. That's all right. And you do it healthy. And sometimes it's not so healthy. But it tends to work itself out because families care about each other. And I believe that DCSD is a big family.
Thank you. What is the biggest challenge or issue for our students today, and how would you help them deal with it and overcome it?
The biggest issue, in my opinion, honestly, is mental health and being able to provide mental health supports. When you talk to our kids, they'll tell you that as well. And I say that because it's not just their own personal mental health, although that's a big part of it. It's also the mental health of their friends. Our kids are struggling with hearing a friend say something really destructive and not knowing what to do, how to respond, how to support. But they care and they want to. And so for our kids, not only understanding how to support their own mental health, but how to support others who are dealing with issues of mental health is one of the biggest concerns for them. And that can be tied into so many things. Is it because of COVID? Sure. Is it because of testing? Sure. Is it because we as a community are sometimes tearing each other apart? Sure. Is it because they're on their screens too much? Sure. It's all of it. And so how we provide support for that is extremely important. And how we're going to overcome it and how I want to do that, like I told you earlier, I want to work with our MTSS teams. I want to work with our mental health teams because those experts who are in our district, oh, they're so amazing at what they do. And it doesn't go without me noticing. The school I'm in, we had a lot of loss this year. Whether it was students we lost to cancer, students we lost to accidents, students who we lost to suicide. And so we know firsthand that irregardless of how we lost a student, we didn't want to lose anybody. And the mental health of our building is impacted every day because of that. And I know across the board in this district that same mental health impact is being felt every day. And so as superintendent, the job is to not just keep talking about it, but let's build some systems to continue to support even stronger than what we do. Even stronger than what we do. And yes, if one of those systems is we got to pay them a little bit better to get those experts more into this district, then that's what we've got to do because it is important to us. You talk about what's important and you do things about what's important to you. So if it's not important to you, then we'll continue to not do anything. But I think that it is. And I think we're at that place. And I think just about everyone would agree with me. Now, there may be other issues out there, but I think the most pressing issue for our students is mental health.
Thank you. If you were to accomplish one thing in the next 5 years that would make Douglas County School District the premier school district in the state of Colorado, what would that accomplishment be? And what would you do specifically to accomplish that goal?
What an interesting question, because you say only one thing. Man, there's a couple things I think we would need to do to make sure that we're the premier district in the state of Colorado. But one thing that I think we could definitely dive into and one thing that I think we could definitely focus on is how to pay and retain high-quality educators. We're losing the best, right? The best and the brightest. We're losing them on a daily basis, and we're losing them to other districts. We're losing them to other professions because while you can tell someone, I appreciate you, and I'm telling you part of what's been told to me by one of my own staff members, while you can tell someone, we appreciate you, thank you, you're amazing. When they can't pay all their bills at the end of the month or afford for their kid to participate in the same after-school activities that the kids they're teaching are able to participate in, or go on a vacation to be able to step away to reload, recenter, and come back out and teach just as strong at the end of spring break, fall break, or whatever break you want to say, when we are losing people in those droves, it's killing our district. We have to get back to a place where we have a competitive pay system, a competitive pay scale, a compensation system that protects our employees who have been here, who have suffered. It retains the folks who are the experts in the classroom, and it attracts the ones who are sitting there saying, but why Douglas County? And I don't want people coming here because they say, Douglas County is good because it's a training ground. No, I want them to come here because this is where I want to build my home. I talked to a counselor this last week who talked about this whole idea of, I love this school. I love the people. I wanted to set roots here, but I can't afford to. I can't afford to set roots here. So I'm going to move out of state instead of staying here in the building. I mean, I don't even know how you answer that. And right now as a system, we can't answer it. And so in the next 5 years, I want us to create a competitive pay system. I want us to structure it out. I want it to be built in a way that has fidelity and honors all members as best as possible. I don't want it to be short-term. I want it to be systemic. I want in 5 years for the same people who had to walk away from this district to be begging to knock down the doors to come back, because not only will they get a chance to rejoin their brothers and sisters who have been on the front lines with them all the time, but they will be compensated accordingly for that hard work. When we talk about things like we care about safety and security, and the starting pay for a security guard in Douglas County is $15 an hour, and the starting pay for a security guard in Cherry Creek is $21 an hour, how can we say that we are doing everything we can to provide the highest level of safety and security for our kids when we're losing people in droves that way? So for me, yes, that is what I want to specifically accomplish. How I want to specifically accomplish that is working with finance, working with budget, finding ways, not for us necessarily to trim the fat, because we're trimmed to the bone right now. And when we talk about honest conversations with the community, we don't have more fat to trim. So we're going to have to talk about a bond and a mill. We're going to have to talk about what we do to secure the things that we want, right? I'll do it really basic. When me and my wife want to go on a really cool vacation, we can't sit there and say, well, man, we'd love to go on a vacation. Let's take both of these dollars and see what happens. No, we've got to invest in it. We've got to put money to the side. We've got to be ready to do that. And we've got to care about it at the nth degree. And we've got to do the same thing for our employees. Classified, licensed, we've got to take care of them all. Admin pro tech, whoever you are, we've got to take care of them all, and we've got to keep them here because we can't continue to lose the best and the brightest. There was a time, in my first year I got hired, I was the only brand new teacher for 2 buildings. My principal walked over to me and said, hey, don't screw it up. And I sit there going, oh my gosh, right? Not just because of the teaching piece of it, but I think how many other people fought to be in that position and didn't get it. And I did. I don't know if everyone who applies for Douglas County feels that fire as much anymore, because we don't. We don't necessarily keep our own. And so that's what we need to do. And I know it's a really long answer to more of a short question, but I want to make sure that people understand, if there was a goal that I'm passionate about, it's about appropriate compensation. We talk about pay for performance, and then we listen to public comment that talks about how proud we are of our teachers and the great things they do. Let's pay them for their performance. When we talk about the things that matter most to us, our kids matter most to us. Our kids being taken care of matter most to us. So we've got an option. Who are we going to surround our kids by? Are we going to surround them by the best and the brightest to really show our kids how much they matter to us? If that's what we're going to do, then hey, I'm on board. I'm your superintendent. I'm your guy. Let's go. Let's do this, and let's move forward in an effective way.
Thank you. Any final comments you would like to make to the DCSD community about your desire to be the new superintendent?
If I were to sum it all up, It has been interesting, and I know some people saw the video from earlier today about one of the lessons I've learned in this whole process, which is stay away from social media because it can be a little scary out there, right? What I see on social media when I think of Chris Page isn't anything about my character, my leadership, my nurturing and caring for kids, my caring about staff members, or any of those things. Every question right now centers around the idea of, but do you have enough experience, right? You haven't been in central admin. Do you have enough experience? And I can continue to say and bang the same drum, right? Leadership is leadership. Either you know how to lead people, to motivate them, to drive them, to connect with them, or you don't. I personally believe Chris Page has displayed that in all the years that I have been here in Douglas County. I have done everything I can to be a leader and at the forefront, and I believe I will continue to do everything I can as the superintendent. The experience that I would gain being in cabinet, I get it. Yep, there would be some things that I would learn sooner than later. But I promise you this, there's never been a task that I have been tasked with that I haven't fought tooth and nail to learn at a high level, to surround myself by good people, and to build a great team. The philosophy that Douglas County is some district of only 3,000 students, 2 high schools, or 2 middle schools, 3 elementaries, and 1 high school, where a superintendent can run it all and has to be the knower of all, that doesn't make any sense at all. No, we're huge. We've got tons of people. We've got tons of experts. We've got great professionals. My job is to lead those professionals forward so that we can run this district the right way and move it forward and do all the little things right. That's what my job is as superintendent. And so for anyone out there questioning and wondering, does Chris have the experience it takes to be a superintendent? You're dang right I do, because I'm with kids every single day running Highlands Ranch High School, and I think doing a great job of it, and building some great human beings, and working with a phenomenal staff that bust their butt every day. And they don't just do it for me, they do it for the kids. And so do I think I can bring that same thing as superintendent? Absolutely. Absolutely. No questions asked. And do I know I'm gonna be challenged? Do I know there's gonna be things that are gonna jump up that I'm not entirely ready for? Absolutely. But if anyone sat up here or has told you otherwise about them and their ability, they would be lying, because none of us can be prepared for all of it. None of us can be. But what we can be is we can be firm believers. We can stay strong with our convictions, and we stay focused on the things that make us who we are. And the things that make Chris Page who he is: kids, our community, which includes staff, and being a person of character. Those are 3 things you can always count on with me as the superintendent of Douglas County School District. And I only hope and I pray that everyone can hear that and that you feel inspired by it, because I sure do. And I'm ready, and I'm excited. And in all reality, when it's all said and done, the only person I know who doesn't necessarily want me to be superintendent is my daughter. And that's only because she wants me to remain as the principal of her high school. And I love her for that desperately. But I keep reminding her, if I want to make the system better, if I want to be a part of that change, then I got to be willing to be a part of that change and put myself out there, which even means hearing people say, oh man, I don't know if he has enough experience. I promise you, we'll get it done together. Because that's what we do, right? We do it together. That's our purpose. That's our point. That's our strength. And that's what I love about Douglas County. And that's why I'm here. And that's why I'm sitting here in front of you tonight to tell you, I love this place. And I will go hell or high water to make this place into what we all need it to be. Maybe not the dream of what we all always want it to be, but what we need it to be, which is a place that's safe for kids, and a place that grows staff, and a place that continues to represent character on all levels.
Thank you, Dr. Page, for those great, thoughtful answers. That will conclude the community forum.
Thank you so much. Have a great evening.
We are done.
All right. Thank you.
Thank